All right, good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic start to the day here. Let's kind of get after it here a little bit, right? So today we have Fed minutes coming out here today, right? That could be a little bit of sticky price action. And then Brainerd speaking here at 12:15. Certainly could be a little bit of some challenging conditions for us in this short term until those Fed minutes come out. Really, any day we get Fed, right? Any day we get Fed minutes, any day we get a Fed president speaking, tends to be just a little bit of a fuck you to nice price action. So hopefully that's not the case, but historically that is. So we're still going to be cautious. We still have a bunch of setups here that could be coming together. We want to be just a little bit patient, right? And a little bit skeptical. Yeah, we want to be a little bit skeptical with how these things are going. So totally agree, Jason. These guys never want to stop. They're all trying to like booster their post-Fed speech fees. It seems like by the looks of it, they just will not stop talking. They're becoming pseudo financial celebrities, and it's just a little bit overwhelming. But that is what it is, right? We can't change that, so all we have to do is adapt to it. Good morning, Hinson. Good morning, Jesus. Good morning, John. So we're gonna hopefully just adapt to whatever conditions they give us, right? And focus on the variables that we can't control, right? I know that's the same thing we repeat over and over and over again, sort of day in, day out, but that's really all we can control, right? All we should be really worried about. So as long as we continue to just, really rely on those little base fundamentals, focus on our position sizing, focus on our risk management, focus on those little details, then we're going to be just okay no matter how much clout these Fed members want to get. So let's start things off here with the old spider. Let's just drag these out just so we have some space here. So a little bit of a hammer, right? Increasing volume gap down. So second most bullish. Plus increasing vol plus gap down. All right, it's a nice little 2 out of 3. Maybe not the strongest volume profile here this AM, but definitely at least have some levels here that we can play with to the upside. So looking for a breakout over that 395.50, we'll call it. Maybe push this up 396. Let's have a little bit of a double spot here where it touches. So we go 396, 397, 398.50, 399. So 396, 397, 398.50. And then we can trust all these other levels that we mapped out yesterday. So no worries. To the downside, right, we got a pretty decent shelf here at this 387, we'll call it. That goes down. I call it 386.80. Whoops. And then that goes, 385, fine, 383, and we have a couple stops along the way towards that 380. So no worries, that looks pretty good to me. Again, right, if we're stuck range bound here, if we're range bound, let's mark that down. If range bound, then BB. Right, I've been really fuck's sake, I've been really enjoying Bollinger Bands here recently. They've been a really nice indication here of just reasonable ranges to play with, and if we're not getting super trending price action, they're fun little spots we can get bounces off of. Hey James, yeah, bonjour to you as well, man. All right, so least bullish candle here, sorry, least bearish candle. Least bearish plus increasing vol plus gap down. So again, right, maybe kind of a 2 out of 3 here where it's strong volume relative, right, gap down that supports that narrative, and then weak candle, right? So that's maybe 2 out of 3 here to the downside, but we got a little bit of work to do before we trust breakdowns under that 281 zone. Call it 281.75. Then it goes 280. Then 277, 275, 272. Okay, it looks good enough to me. Again, right, if we're range bound, Bollinger Bands will be our friend. All right, sweet, easy enough. Okay, Apple, kind of an inside bar. I mean, pretty much an inside bar, just barely made a lower low. But at least we have a decent range here now. So probably looking for a breakdown under that 136.50. Okay, under 136.50, we go 135.50. Then 134.50. Then 133. That's plenty of space. To the upside, right? Not much is changing there. So we're going to go almost, let's type it, almost inside bar. Least bearish. Plus decreasing vol. Can't spell. Plus gap down. And then we're just going to go if range bound. Just go. Just keep it simple. All right, Tesla increasing volume here, normal body bearish. Maybe this looks like the best setup here so far this AM. Kind of hanging out at 620. We know this thing moves 10 bucks at a time. We don't need to be too aggressive here with these levels. Don't need to change anything too much. Fine. So we're gonna go normal body bearish. Plus increasing vol plus gap down. So this is kind of our first 3 for 3 here. It seems like first 3 for 3 in a long time. So like the look of this, right? Again, needs to break down under this 620. This could very well trigger off this opening bell, right? So I imagine this will be near the top of the watch list this AM, and then plus if range bound BB. So range bound in this case will be anything that goes to the upside, right? Because we have a 3 for 3 to the downside. So if we get kind of a non-trending price action Bollinger Bands on Apple, QQQ, right, SPY, we can kind of be stuck within this sort of 294, 281 range, right? 143, 136, QQQ, right? 294, 281. We can be kind of stuck inside those ranges and still be sort of okay. Right, and then we can play breakouts to the upside, but not really the case here on Tesla, where if it's gonna be if we're gonna be fighting a 3 for 3, it gets a little bit scary to trust breakouts. So Bollinger Bands will be our friend in that context. All right, get rid of this. Okay. So inside bar, second most bullish, decreasing volume. So inside bar, second most bullish, plus, can't spell, plus decreasing vol, plus baby gap down, plus if range bound, BB bands. Okay, so again, we're not changing too much here to the upside, 262, don't really need to mess with that. To the downside, we have a little bit of a shelf here at this 251.70. So that for me is going to be the starting point, 251.70. Man, I cannot spell today, guys. Apologies. 250 then's the next area. Then under 250, we've got a shelf towards that 246.50. So probably a bit too much from 250 to 246. So let's assume a couple stops along the way. 249, 247, 246.50. So that's okay. That seems like it's plenty of space. Easy enough for me to understand. All right, AMD. Kind of a neutral bearish candle here. Sorry, I just have to redo this alert. Guys, you're seeing how the sausage is made here a little bit this AM. All right, so AMD, right? We got a little bit of a shelf here, 89.50. Then that goes 88.30. It looks fine. So, kind of a neutral bullish, sorry, neutral bearish. Plus decreasing vol. Plus gap down. Plus if range bound BB. Okay, to the upside. Not really anything in play here, I don't think. Yeah, not super convinced by that. So we're going to want to wait. We're going to be range bound in between this 95.30 and 89.50. That's plenty of space, though, for us to deal with. All right. NVIDIA, right, has earnings today after close. So earnings after today's close. Plus least bearish. Plus decreasing vol. Plus gap down, plus if range bound BB. Today, right on this NVIDIA, could have very expensive implied volatility. So high IV might make it very challenging for me to trust any of these moves. But again, right, if this thing wants to give us some relative strength here and wants to kind of flush under, I'll be happy to chase after it. But just want to make sure that everything looks pretty much perfect before I do. Okay, so starting point 157.50. Then we've got space towards that 156 and 155. Now we got to go to the left. We can go 155. Okay, 155. We have that next shelf 150, 150. So that's pretty far away. 150, 150. So let's assume a stop along the way here. Maybe 153, 150, 150, right? Seems like a fairly reasonable place to be. I can get behind this. This looks okay to me. All right, Facebook. High volume candle here. After yesterday's gap. Kind of a second most bullish. I'll call this normal body, little bit of a mix. So we'll call this normal body bullish. Plus, I can't spell today. Increasing outlier vol. Plus gap down. Yeah, 176 still very much in play here. To the upside. All right, we have a big gap. Gaps like to get filled, but this is a big one. So we'll call it 184. Plus BB bands if range bound. So we have a pretty big spot here, right? 184 goes to 185, approximately there. And then we go 187. 189, 190, 191. 189, 190, 191. All right, so again, right, plenty of space. Big gap here on Facebook, so need to be a little bit cautious, right? Yesterday's gap, so need to be a little bit cautious with this thing. Could get some kind of funky price behavior. Oftentimes, right, gaps get filled really aggressively without us. Doesn't mean we're going to chase. We're going to wait for things to be perfect. So even if it wants to run into that gap and fill up and go nuts, we're going to just be extremely cautious and extremely patient with it. Again, guys, right? I keep repeating myself, but it's all about controlling those habits that we can control, controlling the variables that we can control, all those little things, right? So if we're able to stack up those pieces of information, we're able to kind of control those little variables, focus on our position sizing, focus on our risk management. You know, it'll be a lot like yesterday then, right? Where, okay, yesterday we started off the day 0 for 1, but then we found 2 really nice consecutive back-to-back wins, right? So we have to be able to keep our heads after a losing trade, and we have to make sure that we're being responsible for that ourselves, right? Everyone has a number that breaks them, that makes them kind of go black out and start making really dumb decisions and being irrational traders. And so I'd rather avoid those numbers, right, if possible. So for me, that means I'm always keeping my position sizing under that number, right? And that number is going to be different for you. It's going to be different for me. It's going to be a different percentage of your account. And so as long as I'm consistently keeping myself under that number, then if I have a losing play, I still have my head to make a logical, clean decision for the next one. But if I'm going all in on every single trade, if I'm going YOLO on every single play, I don't stand a chance to be able to bounce back if I have a losing trade. So that's why it's really important to be proactive in that decision-making process instead of being reactive to then what becomes your negative P&L. So that's really the game plan here, guys. Again, right, VIX extremely elevated at 30.05, and the 10-year treasury climbing, although from a recent dip at 2.737. So there is a lot of still pressure. There's still a lot of very expensive conditions here. You know, we're not necessarily getting the easiest of markets, not necessarily getting the cleanest of price action. So as we're consistently being in this zone or consistently being in this spot, I am not going to overtrade. I am not going to force things. I'm not going to rush until things look absolutely perfect. So for now, we're going to be really cautious, going to be really patient. We're going to wait for where that volume steps in, where we kind of get that strong confirmation here this AM, and then kind of go from there. But zero compromises. We're going to focus on the variables we can control, and then everything else, guys, will take care of itself. Let's have ourselves a really strong session. Let's have ourselves a really strong day. And then, like I say, guys, everything else will kind of fill out and kind of justify itself. So slow and steady is going to win this race. We're going to be really patient. We're going to be really picky with our entries. We're going to wait for our trades to come to us, and then we're going to absolutely crush it. If you guys are DTR members, love you guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching the pre-market prep. If you guys are DTR guests, say hello, introduce yourselves, ask questions. You know, please use the chat. The more questions you ask, the more stuff I have to talk about, and the less often I have to repeat myself. So that makes my life a lot easier here too. But we're going to be really focused on just being really good, disciplined traders here today. We're not going to rush into any plays just because price action is moving. So let's have ourselves a really fun session. If you guys have any chart requests, any setups you're looking at, anything that you guys want more information on, pop in the chat. We'll go over it. But otherwise, let's get ourselves ready for a strong day. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee, spend a few minutes sort of visualizing a successful trading session, and then we'll get back to it and do a quick little pre-market rundown before the day starts. So please make sure you're not too far behind on the stream. All your execution software is up, and that you're in the right frame of mind or mindset to be really successful out there as well here today. So I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll do another pre-market rundown before the session starts. All right, let's do a quick little rundown here again before the session starts. Certainly looks like it could be a, I don't know, relatively interesting day. Right, we've got Fed minutes coming out here today, right, at 2 p.m. And we got Fed Chair Brainerd speaking here in the afternoon. So any day that there's anything Fed, right, tends to slow us down here just a little bit. And so we're going to be a little bit cautious until we kind of get that proven otherwise. We have some nice increasing volume here, albeit not like crazy by any means, not outlier, just a little bit. Been a relatively thin volume pace here over the last couple days. So thin, but increasing volume, right? Nice looking hammer, and then a little bit of a gap down. So maybe you need to be a little bit cautious that this could be a little bit range bound here this AM. If so, then we'll rely on Bollinger Bands, right? And kind of play within these sort of ranges. We got $10 range. That's plenty of space, but we're going to keep an eye on that and just be a little bit cautious until it's perfect. Similar narrative here on QQQ, right? A little bit of a hammer, red hammer though, so bears are still in control with that increasing volume and then gap down. So maybe this supports that recent trend here just a little bit better or a little bit more, and could be the easier setup here if we get that downside continuation. Now, not exactly a particularly strong particularly strong red candle, as it's teasing that sort of least bearish. So I'd still call this like a 2 out of 3 here to the downside. And then if we can get that momentum, if this thing wants to shape up, you know, maybe we can get that follow through, but want to be a little bit cautious here. Apple, right? Decreasing volume, least bearish candle, almost an inside bar. I don't know if that really means too much, but just wanted to mark it down anyway. And then maybe it looks like it's a bit range bound in between this 143.50 or 143.40 and 136.50. So that's a little bit of a range. If we're stuck inside there, then we'll rely on Bollinger Bands to kind of play that and have sort of clean price action. But we're not going to be not going to be trying to force it too much or be too aggressive here until things look perfect. So again, right, we're being really patient, we're being really cautious. We're not rushing into anything, as again, right, today could be a little bit choppy, a little bit range bound as we await for those Fed minutes. Tesla, best looking setup here, maybe to the downside with that normal body bearish, increasing volume, and then gap down. If we're able to break down under the 620, which we should, right, we're at that 621 here pre-market. We get that break and hold under that 620. We've got a lot of room down $10 at a time. So this definitely certainly has some space. Again, right, maybe a little bit of that trend continuation. So if this thing wants to behave, definitely could be interesting. Definitely the top of the watch list here this AM. Microsoft, right, inside bar here, second most bullish, decreasing daily volume, right? We want to see what you want to see, which is what you want to see, sorry, on an inside bar. You have a little bit of a baby gap down, so not really seeing too much relative strength to the downside here. And then again, right, could be a little bit range bound. So if so, we'll be relying on Bollinger Bands. But this one maybe has the best momentum here to the upside. If we can get breakout over that 262, only like $3 away pre-market. So that's not too much. Certainly seems like it could be in play. But again, right, if we kind of see a rejection or sell off down towards those lows, we'll be relying on Bollinger Bands to sort of tell us that nice story. AMD, kind of a neutral bearish candle here, just a little bit wicky, but a little bit of a body. You get too attached into this or too interested in this. Decreasing volume and then gap down. Again, right, maybe it looks a little bit range bound and now seeing a little bit of wicks. We do maybe have the start of a trend here, right? And so if we lose that 89.50 and then that, you know, 88.30 area, this could be quite a nasty little sell-off down towards sort of that 85 range. We're not going to get too attached to that, right? Not draw too many lines, just keep it really, really simple. Again, right, maybe not the best play. We'll be watching this carefully, though, as NVIDIA has earnings today's after close. And so maybe there'll be an overreaction to NVIDIA here today, which could give us a clean entry or a clean setup in AMD. And then NVIDIA, like we just talked about, has earnings after market close today, giving us a least bearish candle on decreasing volume plus a gap down. So maybe it looks a little bit range bound until those earnings are sort of sorted out. So going to be a little bit cautious here again, right? A little bit skeptical of this price action until we get those perfect setups, perfect confirmations, and then perfect entries. And then last but not least, we have Facebook. So Facebook kind of giving us a normal bullish candle, right? I say normal bullish because it kind of looks like this second most bullish and neutral bullish, right? Kind of see characteristics of both in this candle. So just going to split the difference and call it normal body bullish. If we can then break out over that 183.76, right, call it 184 area, we have a little bit of a gap to fill, right, towards sort of yesterday's previous day's close. Was that Monday's close, right? So maybe a space towards that 185, then creep up towards that sort of 187, 189, 190 zones. Again, right, if this thing is range bound in between this 183, or call it 184 and 176, we got plenty of space to play it in there, kind of like we played yesterday. So we'll be patient. We'll wait for those Bollinger Bands to set up and look really clean. But we're not going to overtrade here, guys. We're going to be really patient again. So that's really this game plan this morning. Really not going to be too overwhelmed or try to force something that isn't there. We have a very elevated VIX at 30.08. And treasuries continue to hang out at 2.773. So we have a lot of sort of, I guess, like kindling in this market where things kind of get lit on fire and really break down. So we're going to see how this day shapes up. We're going to see where that momentum steps in. But like I said, generally on days where the Fed speaks or we have like Fed minutes or anything along those lines, things just get a little bit trickier, a little bit stickier. So don't want to rush things, don't want to force things, don't want to overtrade. And then if the day shapes up nicely, if we can get a clean setup, we'll take advantage of those conditions. So that's it. Number one objective here, right, today, like always, is to focus on the variables that we can't control. So that means focus on our position management, focus on our sizing, focus on our risk management, right? Focus on our trading psychology. All of those things are proactive, not reactive decisions. So let's make sure that we're planning out all of our trades before we take them, right? It's, I think it's hard to accept a loss if we don't know the terms of that deal, right? Like we're not going to accept a losing trade if we don't know what we're accepting before we enter it, right? So that means we have to know how big our position sizing is. We got to know how big our stop loss is. We got to know how to adjust our position sizing to account for that stop loss. And then once we understand all those things, it becomes a lot easier for us to accept losses, to cut losers quickly, to do all those little baby details that keep us winning traders, right? Our objective always is to keep trading a numbers game. So if we're able to do that, right, we're going to do pretty well for ourselves. But we're not going to win on every decision. We're not going to be correct 100% of the time. And so we need to be really conscious and really patient out there to make sure that we're putting ourselves in the best situation possible. And then if we do find a good situation, to always make sure that we're mapping out and planning things and understanding the math behind it so that we can keep creating a numbers game, right? 10% stop loss is full position size. 15% stop loss is 2/3 of your full position size. 20% stop loss is half position size. And our objective always, right, is to make sure that we lose the same amount of money per trade if we lose. Now, we'll go over that position sizing here as trades set up and all those sort of things like always. But remember, guys, right, it's stop loss times delta divided by strike price, right? Or, yeah, option price, sorry. So always be thinking about your position sizing as selfishly as possible. Always do what's best for your account tomorrow, not what you think is best for your account today. Then everything else will take care of itself. Now, we'll talk about position sizing as things set up and as things sort of come together. But that's got to be our number one focus here as conditions continue to remain just a little bit rocky and a little bit choppy. We're now, halfway through week 8 of a bear market, right? Now we are getting a little bit of an inside bar on some of these index levels, but doesn't mean we can't see that any sell-off, right? So we're still not making higher highs outside of those weekly ranges. And so still very much sort of consolidation price action here today. So assuming a little bit of choppy conditions, assuming a little bit of frustration, assuming a lot of, just potentially kind of hair pulling action, especially with Fed minutes on the horizon. So we're going to be really cautious, guys. We're going to be really patient. We're going to have ourselves a really strong session, but we're not going to force things that aren't there. We're not going to rush things that aren't there. And we're certainly not going to overtrade in conditions that aren't perfect. So that's it. That's really today's game plan. We're going to have ourselves a really strong session. We're going to have a ton of fun. And let's absolutely crush it out there today. If you guys are new to the stream, please introduce yourselves, say hello, get as involved as you want. The more questions you ask, the more I have to talk about and the less I have to repeat myself. It makes my job a lot easier. And then I would really appreciate if you guys liked this video and retweeted the tweet that you found me on Twitter. Just get me out to see as many people as possible. The more people that see the stream, right, the maybe more we can help teach some good habits too. So no real pressure here today, guys. Let's have ourselves a really fun session, but let's not force things. Let's not overtrade, and let's control the variables that we can control. So market open should be here any second now, and let's get ready to absolutely crush it. All right, so that's market open here, guys. Let's just see how this day shapes up, right? Number one priority is going to be this Tesla to the downside. That's top of the watch list here this AM. Right, this is our best look at a 3 for 3. We need to see this breakdown and hold under that 620 area. So far, a decent amount of buyers off this opening bell, but oftentimes that first 30 seconds or first minute can be a little bit of a fake out. So not going to get too attached to any of these moves here yet. So we're going to want to wait it out, right? Opening 5 minutes, we get that strong outlier volume. Maybe we have a chance, or maybe we have a look, but we need to see that volume step in aggressively before we want to chase anything, and then see that, you know, high confidence pullback to sort of give us a clean entry signal. Good volume pace so far on Tesla, AMD, and NVIDIA. If these things can sort of fill out, maybe there's going to be a look in either direction. Bollinger Bands will be our friend here again today, guys, right? Especially if we're range bound. So we're going to be really cautious, really patient. Hey, good morning, Alex. How you doing? See where this sort of relative momentum steps in, right? Nothing to force. Nothing is triggered here yet. We're going to be really cautious, really patient until things look absolutely perfect. We are going into a long weekend here too, right? With Monday being a long weekend, or Monday being market holiday, I should say. And so maybe there's going to be a little bit of skepticism in the markets going into that. But we're going to be really patient, guys, until things look perfect. Hey, Chad, how you doing? So for now, guys, right, let's see where that volume steps in. See where that momentum wants to sort of come in and come from. And then if we get that good price action, we're going to totally take advantage of some of these moves. Really impressive volume here so far on NVIDIA and AMD. Definitely going to go outlier and increasing, right? So now we're just going to wait it out until things look absolutely perfect. So we'll be watching AMD and NVIDIA here now, right? Both giving us huge breakouts, huge volume bars. So looking pretty sharp here, right? If these candles can sustain and hold as these full body bullish candles, we'll then look for a nice little pullback and see if we can get a clean entry target. Facebook creeping up towards that breakout area as well. Tesla pumping up. Maybe this could be in play as a Bollinger Band breakout. Again, right, we've got some pretty nice ranges here so far. Pretty good volatility. So more of a question on now seeing if these candles can close with that sort of relative strength that we're looking for, and then give us the correct pullback that we're looking for, right? So all the strength is fine and dandy, but we want to now see bears try to reclaim control and fail in their attempts to do so. Once we see that failure, we're going to have a green light to know that this is going to be a little bit of an easier trade and maybe a little bit more appealing for me. So sitting on hands here still, right? Nothing quite ready yet. So going to be a little bit cautious until that's the case. But really impressive volume pace on that NVIDIA and AMD. Tesla as well, but now fading a little bit into market close. Apple, good candle, bad volume. QQQ, good candle, bad volume. SPY, good candle, bad volume. So really relying on AMD and NVIDIA here to kind of show us that relative strength. Maybe Facebook, again, right? Maybe not the perfect volume profile. So NVIDIA and AMD, they can give us nice little pullbacks here. They could be in play, just not quite ready for me yet. Yeah, I don't know if I like Netflix too much. Generally because the option spreads kind of suck, Colin. It's a tough one still. Post earnings, it's really struggling, so not really for me. So quite the rejection here on NVIDIA, or sorry, on AMD. Not quite seeing the same enthusiasm here to the downside yet on NVIDIA, but something to kind of keep an eye on for sure. Yeah, that's pretty nasty from AMD. Definitely not the pullback we're looking for there, right? Not high conviction. Yeah, we need to get SPY to break out over that 396 anyway before we're interested. So yeah, it definitely seems like it's failing at that 395. We can get a high volume rejection here. Maybe there's a setup back down towards sort of that 390. But again, right, not quite ready to commit to that idea yet. Like, price action still looks relatively strong here on these 15-min time frames, at least mostly. So it's hard to get too overwhelmed, I guess, or too enthusiastic about these 5-min rejections so far. We need to really see these make some noise before they're interesting. I mean, maybe Tesla's the most interesting here. If we can get a realistic little pullback. I don't know if we're going to get this thing to now break down. Probably not. NVIDIA, too much volume on this, right? Too much volume. Especially if Tesla rejects here, right? Then breaks down and goes in the zone. This will not be interesting, right? Because now it's a failed breakout attempt where we see sellers step in and defending this 640, right? It's hard to imagine that they're now going to be super... We're going to find a ton of buyers here very easily, right? What we want to see is sellers push it down first and then buyers step in and defend, right? Where our entry zone is, instead of buyers pushing price up, failing, and then stepping back in to defend, right? If that makes sense. We want to see them defend first, not get pushed back and then defend. The first defense is always the strongest. Hopefully that makes sense. So short term, nothing really in play. Oh, it's taking so long to load. So we can get that increasing volume here right on this candle. Maybe there's the pace for that. We have a chance to then wait for that pullback and run this thing down. Midline, bottom line could be in play. Similar narrative here on QQQ, right? Apple, maybe right towards low of day would be the target. Again, right, needs to go increasing on volume, preferably larger than that 935 bar. Tesla looking decent here, right? Maybe for a rejection as well, right? Finally getting that increasing volume. But we have a maybe slightly stricter standard that we want to clear here on that 935. Microsoft, okay. AMD looking really weak relatively, right? Big rejection here. It certainly looks like it's going to go increasing on volume. Same narrative on Facebook as well, right? Maybe Facebook's got pretty decent space towards that 178 here. Good increasing volume, right? Low of day breakdown. You now get a little bit of that green pullback here, right? And then push this thing down. Could be super interesting. So a couple stuff looking to shape up here just a little bit without being immediately ready for me yet. Looks okay. I'd prefer QQQ personally because I'm more familiar with how it trades. Well, it's the same, essentially a similar setup. Kind of mixed feelings here about this QQQ. Good looking candle, nice little inside bar, but maybe a little bit more volume than I'd like. Maybe the Apple's the outlier here. Could be maybe the better setup. Now let's map this out. Yeah, Julian. So what we have here, right, is a high volume rejection, right? So high volume rejection, we want to see the opposite from bulls now, and they reclaim control. So inside bar tells us consolidation, weak candle, right, on weak volumes. We basically want to see the opposite of what this is, right? So the opposite of the second most bearish is basically this least bullish, right, which is what we have here on that decreasing thin volume. So weak candle, weak volume, after strong candle, strong volume, tells us maybe that bulls aren't really in control. So let's map this thing out here now. Apple, which puts look the best? Okay, so let's do our stop loss calculation, right? I'm looking at the 140 puts here on Apple. So they're approximately a 50-cent delta. So we have 30 or 50 cent stop loss, give or take, right? So it's 0.5 times 0.5 divided by 240 equals approximately a 10% stop loss. I'm going to round this up to 15%, because it's like 10.5 or 15%. So 2/3 position sizing here. What price did you estimate, John? I estimated like 240 on those contracts, but fuck, I might have missed it. What's your position sizing, Colin? Yeah, it's fair, John. Yeah, it's fair. Hopefully a few of you guys jumped in on this while I was planning it out. Turning into a quick win right away. Fuck. Anyone jump into this apple? Anyone catch it? Yeah, fair enough. Unlucky, guys. It's okay. The trade is strong, right? It'll give us multiple points of entry. Not a big deal. Good volume here, right? Good rejection volume. So it's kind of what we want to see. Low of day, still a plenty enough target. SPY not quite giving me the volume profile I'd be hoping for, Julian. Right? Don't want to see the increasing volume here. That's not great. So we want to see weak pullback. Okay. Pullback, maybe not a weak volume here, but this is an increasing volume, so not really a setup trigger. We're going to compare this to the Apple setup, right? Apple increasing outlier volume, SPY decreasing not outlier volume, so not maybe the same relative strength from bears. So I would say SPY isn't nearly as strong. It's annoying. So no, I mean, missed the entry. So for now, gonna be pretty patient. Nothing for me to trade here yet. So you got to be careful here, Colin, right? You didn't really invalidate that 935 candle, so you got to be a little bit patient. Yeah, it could be. If this pullback closes nicely, could still definitely be in play. Remember, guys, we can't let our desire for action trick us into going after stuff that is an A+, right? I don't know if it was wacky price action, Colin. I think you cheated yourself a little bit and went after a setup that wasn't perfect. Like, we really can't compromise, guys, right? When things are choppy, when we're not trending, when we're not whatever, every time we don't go after an A+ look, we get fucked. So that's why we have to be extremely patient, extremely disciplined, right? Extremely picky in what we go after. Not particularly sure how I feel about this IWM yet, or sorry, this Apple yet. Don't like that fake out to the downside too much. It slows me down a bit. Yeah, we'll never pull back to our entry anyway, so not much we can do there. Tesla pulling back quite a bit, maybe a slightly aggressive volume pace. If this can then close like that least bearish, we could have a setup here to the upside. Not sure if it's going to give us that look here. All right, again, continuing to remain very, very cautious until things look perfect, right? We can't let the desire of trading trick us into making bad trading decisions. Yeah, Tesla to the upside definitely looks like it could be in play, Rusty. Definitely going to keep an eye on this Tesla, but this volume might get a little bit aggressive, so I want to be just a little bit patient here. All right, so Tesla definitely interesting here. Tesla 650 calls. If you can't afford those 650s, the 660s look fine. Anything with 2K volume or more looks fine, guys. 650 calls on a touch of we're getting 3-to-1 risk reward here. Right on those 650s, delta is spot 42, so $5 times spot 42 divided by 15% stop loss here. Gotta wait for that pullback though, guys. Right, I'm not chasing it up here. Right, if this thing now wants to give me that breakout, I'm not gonna be chasing this. The heck? So still interested here, but waiting for that perfect pullback. Okay, probably no entry here now, right? Breaking out, making higher highs pretty convincingly on good volume. Which means we're going to wait for a different entry, right? Might have to wait for a different pullback. Didn't quite give us those lows that we were looking for. So no entry target. SPY and QQQ, if they can give us increasing volume, maybe they're going to be in play. So continuing to be patient, right, until things are absolutely perfect. Hey, Facebook, nice little bounce off of this bottom band. Could give us an opportunity here on a pullback as well. Still waiting for Tesla to give us a reasonable pullback. Apple, if we can give us one, maybe there's space towards yesterday's high 141 area. Still not too much for me to do yet, though. NVIDIA could definitely be interesting here. If this pullback can still shape up. Good volume phase so far. Tesla, $1.50 from entry target. That's a little bit annoying, but that's the way it goes. Remember, guys, right, as traders, we get paid for our decisions, not our time. We do not need to be too aggressive. Yeah, the IV could be a little bit punchy there on NVIDIA. It's a good shout, Chad. Right, going into earnings, it's going to be very exaggerated here. So maybe AMD gives us that look instead, right? It's a little bit cheaper. Nice increasing volume here as we approach that 396 breakout target on SPY, right? That's nice to see. A couple stuff that's setting up here a little bit. We just got to be continue just to remain just a little bit cautious, a little bit patient. More volume than what one would like to see here on Tesla, right? Too much. Didn't get that pullback anyway. Now if we can get one on QQQ, SPY, potentially even Apple, if we can get an appropriate one. Could be something here, but for now, nothing too much to do still. Right, we expect chop, guys. We expect challenging conditions here today until FOMC minutes. So please don't be in a rush to overtrade. This AMD maybe shaping up here nicely. Target high of day, right? Kind of that 92.90 area. Should be lowest volume bar of the day here as well, right? So kind of what you want to see. Good close. All right, so I'm interested in this for sure. AMD's IV, lot cheaper. So I'll probably be looking at the 92 or 95 calls. Oh. So 50-cent stop loss, 0.5 times spot 4. So approximately 11% stop loss. So I'm going to go 15%, 2/3 position sizing. And this is the entry zone, guys, right? Anywhere inside this area is where I'm going to be interested for an entry. So the lower I can get it, the better. You guys, gotta wait for that pullback. Gotta wait for that perfect entry, right? We let it come trade to us. We don't chase a trade, right? But everything planned out. We know what our stop loss needs to be. We know how to manage our risk here. We enter now, right? All those calculations are moot. They don't work. So please don't cheat yourself of that discipline, guys. That's really, really important. We don't get an entry, we don't get an entry, right? So be it. There's going to be frustrating days. We can't let frustrating price action or frustrating decisions allow us to deviate from our edge, right? We know what our edge is. We know that it works. And every time we cheat ourselves of that, right? We no longer keep trading a numbers game, right? So being a disciplined trader is a choice. It's a choice to follow your program that you know that it works, right? Every time you choose to cheat yourself of that discipline, you cheat yourself of future gains. So be it, right? If we don't catch a win today, not the end of the world. right? If we don't catch a trade today, not the end of the world. We're not going to be busy every single day, right? Yesterday, we ended up being relatively busy, right? We had 3 good, high-quality trades, right? Could have been 4 if we caught that Tesla play. So please, guys, don't cheat yourselves just because you're bored, just because you want some action. I want to trade just as much as you guys do. But I'm just not going to allow myself to compromise or to cheat myself of those future gains, right? So that's really important to me. Number 1 priority always. Right? We didn't quite get that pullback there. We know exactly what we're waiting for, and we need to wait for those perfect setups, right? Wait for those perfect entries. You can't chase, right? Even if chasing maybe would have made us a little bit of money here, we could have gone to the entry protection mode or whatever. You know, there's another time where it doesn't, and then, you know, you have a 15% stop loss here set up, but it actually ends up being 25%. And all of a sudden, the math no longer works in your favor, right? You're not sizing your play accordingly. You're not taking on an appropriate amount of risk. We're trying to enter at these spots because they give us the best risk-reward ratio. So yeah, frustrating price action for sure, James. Totally agree. But this is also supposed to be, right? This is kind of what this market is. We're in week 7.5 of a bear market, right? With an extremely elevated VIX, extremely kind of confusing or complicated macro price action. And so these are supposed to be frustrating markets, right? These are markets that are trying to blow you up. They're trying to blow up hedge funds. They're trying to blow up other traders. So we can't succumb to that thrill just because we want action. If we want to trade for a lifetime, we got to understand that there's going to be days where we don't get trades, where we're going to want to be pulling our hair out just because, you know, there's nothing perfect. And that's the way it is, right? That's what this job is. That's what the ups and downs of this job is. Wow, do you have a link to the thread, Damon? I'd love to read it. That sounds like a pretty significant dose of bullshit. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Don't go looking for it. If it's not like relatively available, don't go hunting for it. It's not worth it. Yeah, these principles apply across the board, Hinson. So good question. I just tend to focus on these 7 because they always give me the option requirements that I need. So I just find it very frustrating. Guys, I won't be entering here. I will not be entering here, just so you know. If we make a lower low into this zone, we'll not be entering. I just stick to these 7 because they consistently give me those execution requirements I'm looking for. You know, vis-a-vis tight spread, 2K option volume or greater, whole 9 yards. Whereas, you know, some of these other names, I don't consistently get that. So I find it really kind of frustrating to be sitting and watching, looking at these setups, and then for them to consistently fail on execution requirements. So it's just, yeah, a little bit exhausting then for me to just, yeah, put all this energy into watching it and setting things up, and then having the discipline to not trade it kind of sucks. So yeah, that's sort of how I look at it. Okay, Tesla could be setting up here again. We got towards that 54. No, AMD, Jesus, not. I don't like the failed breakout, right? Tesla looks stronger here, though. This could be interesting. Yeah, I mean, fell, but it's still 29.2. So, very expensive here. So kind of a little bit tempted by this Tesla. What's PDH? Yeah, Facebook needs to give us that correct pullback. Oh, yeah. So our target here on Tesla is going to be 654 or 655. So this area here, we're gonna have about $10 if we can get an entry at this like 644 area, 645 area. Nice, Jesus. You should be banking then, dude. Nice work, man. So make sure you're protecting entry, right? Don't let a green trade turn into a red trade. But otherwise, fantastic work. Too much volume right on this AMD. So failed breakout right on AMD and then pretty high volume candle. Just not the right combo that we're looking for. So approximately a $4 stop loss, right? 670 calls. So do the math here, right? $4 times 341, spot 341 divided by 1050 equals 12%, right? So we're gonna go 15% stop loss, just round it up to that round number. Right, guys, always be calculating your stop loss, right, before you enter, your position sizing before you enter. Every single time, right? Can't skip that step. Apple making higher highs here. Man, everything's really slow on TradingView today. Could possibly give us that correct pullback. You might be able to get a tighter entry here, or a better entry, or closer entry, I should say. Maybe not better. QQQ I like. SPY I like as well, potentially here. QQQ where we got space to 290. Pretty big range here all of a sudden. Probably 294 area, maybe realistic. Yeah, they're getting annoying now with these. Why can't they do this outside of market hours? Don't know. All right, so QQQ guys, I'm very interested in this. Not looking at anything that expires today, right? Same deal like always. Okay, so let's do the math here, right? 295 calls. So approximately a 50-cent stop loss. So about 10% here, guys. And I'm still very much interested, even though it's doing this right now. Gonna catch my breath for a sec. All right, guys, I'm in. Average price 205. And I'm gonna give it 10% here, right? Okay, looking okay here so far. So let's see if this thing can give us a bit of a pop and some follow through so we can get to that entry protection mode. But so far behaving okay. So far behaving okay. Well, I'm already in, Alex, right? So, I mean, maybe if you want to justify it now, but I'm okay with this. Great entry, James. Great entry. So your entry protection mode is going to be a little bit before mine, right? So make sure to lock in profit when you're, creeping up towards that 10%. Push your stop loss to your entry price, and then you have a nice free zero risk lottery ticket. Great job. Good entry, Alex. Good entry. Good entry, guys. You guys are all sniped better entries than me. I'm jealous. Nice, Jason. Nice. So same deal for you, right? Your entry protection mode is going to be a little bit different than everyone else's. So just be extremely selfish about that. No, Jesus, I was not interested in Tesla. Focus on one at a time, right? We don't need to overcomplicate things for ourselves. One at a time. Okay, watching carefully here. Yeah, I've been stopped out here as well, guys. Didn't quite give us the follow through we were looking for. A little bit annoying. It's okay, happens, right? Why we focus on our position sizing. It's okay, guys, right? Started off the day 0 for 1 yesterday, and we finished the day nicely green. We just can't force trades, right? One step at a time. We can't force trades. Nice work, Chad. That's sick. Nvidia could be setting up here to the downside potentially. Could be worth keeping an eye on here, especially as maybe indexes are starting to roll over just a little bit. Could have a setup to the downside here as well. Want to be a little bit patient, guys. A little bit patient. Don't have a entry target here yet, but yeah, there's pretty good risk reward towards this low of day for sure. Buck for $5. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, for sure, for sure. NVIDIA might just be a little bit still too expensive. Right, that IV's 150% still, so it becomes just a little bit challenging. That's why I'd maybe rather SPY here if we're gonna get that pullback. All right, Tesla, too much vol. AMD would be even potentially better than NVIDIA just because they're cheaper contracts. Nice. What's your stop loss at? Where's your stop loss on QQQ? Try not to confuse yourself, Colin, looking at too many time frames, right? Looks like a 15 min rejection, right? Now we're getting increasing volume on that breakdown, right? Potentially a little bit of a pullback. Try not to confuse yourself with too many ideas. Okay, inside bar is okay here still. Again, not looking at anything that expires today. That's a suicide mission. better to use the longer time frames, right? And then use shorter time frames to confirm it instead of using shorter time frames to try to contradict the longer ones, right? That's generally how I would use candles. You're using them kind of the opposite way. You're looking to contradict the longer signals with the shorter signals, with the noisy price action. Okay, so still interested here, right? Again, this is the entry zone. Take a breather in here, right? Always want to try to get as close to that stop loss entry as possible. Okay, guys, I am in average price 205. Average price 205. Same entry price as before. Kind of funny. Well, let's see if this thing can now break down. Get me some of that easy follow through here. Come on. Okay, creeping up towards probably first take profit target. Gonna take off about 1/3 of my position here, guys, at 220. At 220, if we can get there, that's gonna be my first take profit target. Okay, so creeping up. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive with my take profit. But around this 220, guys, I'm going to look to take some off. 1/3 of my position. I'm going to try to get 225 if I can. Let's go, Jesus. That's sick. Nice job. I don't necessarily like it. We can't break down here. Making just a little bit nervous. See if this thing can break. Come on. Make a lower low here. This thing should really break. Again, right, targeting 225 as my first take profit. Couple pennies away here now. 1 penny away. There we go, guys. Locked in some profit. Now protecting entry on my remainder. Stop loss here going to be 210. 210 stop loss on my remainder. And let's see if this thing can keep pushing down here. But fantastic little setup here, right? Now starting to break down. Should be green here on the day. I'm going to take off 1/4 of what I have left at 240. And then let's see if this thing can keep following through. But in great shape here all of a sudden. Don't need to do anything too crazy. Good job, everybody. Jesus, all the information you need, right, is here. Always. So, guys, please read. I hate repeating myself. It's really annoying. So, all the information you need for this trade is right here or in the Discord. Can't spoon feed you guys everything, right? So please take some responsibility too. Current stop loss after take profit is 210, right? Said that out loud. So please, guys, just please pay attention. Nice work, Hinson. Good job, man. Let's see if this thing can keep breaking down, but in pretty good shape here. You probably got stopped out protecting 10%, something like that. So that's pretty good. So if that's the case, right, you should be pretty close to scratch on the day, give or take, right? Either slightly green or slightly red. Great result. Okay, still in here, guys, right? Still in. Yeah. So I always push my stop loss to pretty much what my entry price is plus the spread. That's always the starting point. It's a little bit unlucky, Chad. A little bit unlucky. Yo, what's up, Alex? How you doing? How's your trading going in, dude? Any play so far today? Nice work, John. Hopefully green, right, on that play. Yeah, well, today's been a little bit boring, too. We'd get, like, I don't know, 1 to 3 trades a day, something like that. Yesterday was busy. Today we're on 2. And currently some SPY puts here. Already taken off profit in entry protection mode. Hopefully we can keep getting a bit more follow through. But yeah, still slightly red here. And yeah, Alex, you're welcome in here anytime, man. Yeah, fair enough, guys. That's a decent result, right? That means you guys' position sizing was good, right? You took a 15% loss on a 2/3 position size play, right? And then you took a 10% win. You should be basically square, right? Essentially flat. That's good position sizing. Yeah, right. That's the point, guys, right? We can't let our position sizing work against us. That's always what the objective is right? To be one trade away or to not lose our heads after a loss. We're all going to lose. We're all going to have losing days. We're all going to have losing plays. We just can't let those losing plays then turn us into or give us opportunities where we start to black out or we start to make bad decisions. Yeah, we're in some SPY puts here. Right, we're in some SPY puts at the moment. Played QQQ calls for a loss. But now in these SPY puts for a decent little chunk. Honestly, position management is like the only thing that matters. Still in here, guys. Still in. Be a little bit careful, though. Just protecting profit here, right? Cheers, JJ. A slight red day here, but if this thing continues to break down, should be okay. Tesla's a beast. So inside bar is fine, but we don't want to see high volume on an inside bar, right? So generally, if it's inside bar, we don't really care what the shape is as long as the volume is still thin. If the volume is really aggressive on an inside bar and then breaks down, that's generally not what you want to see. Sure, you want everything to be telling us the same consistent narrative here, Colin. But again, right, let's not fall in love too much with what a 5-min candle is doing when we're relying on longer term time frames, right? So always zoom out and don't fall in love with the super short term signals that you seem to like. Remember, right? Shorter time frames, smaller candles, just very noisy price action. So it's hard to put too much stock into a 5-min reversal candle when we're playing a 15 reversal, right? I'm always going to put more stock into the heavier time frame or the longer time frame. You generally don't want inside bar to be your setup. That's more of a confirmation candle. Maybe if it's a daily inside bar and then you're playing like an inside bar breakout in that context. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit more appealing. But as like a short-term setup, no, I wouldn't be super interested in that. Guys, I'm out of the SPY here. Stopped out at entry price. Tesla could almost be setting up here for another pop. See how this thing fills out. Not bad though. Good 15 min ball pace. Might be trying to get just a little bit stuck as we're approaching closer to Fed minutes. Good possibility that's the case. So I just want to slow down just a little bit, right? No need to go crazy here. I'm down 0.19% on the day, 1,600 bucks. I'm okay with that. Right? Very much one trade away. So objective here, right? Not to lose our heads, not to try to force something, not to try to revenge trade our P&L. Right? Less is more often in trading. Took off 1/3 at 225. Position sizing is much bigger on this play, right? So I lost 6,500 on QQQ. I'm up 4,800 on SPY. I'm glad to hear that, Tor. That's fantastic to hear. Good job, man. Stacking up some big wins back-to-back days. Well done, dude. Congratulations. Now, just keep really focusing on those details that you can control, right? Don't start changing your habits because you're on a nice little streak, right? Focus on those little details and everything else will take care of itself. Good job, dude. Keep it up. Yeah, Tesla's starting to feel like a bit like a rejection here, though. So no real setup to the upside, I don't think. Kind of still watching these indexes, right? I think there might be still some hope for some breakdowns for that continuation. Kind of shook us out just a little bit early on those SPY puts. Couldn't quite get the follow through we were hoping for right away. That's okay, right? We're expecting chop here going into Fed minutes. So realistically, probably maybe don't want to trade until after those get dropped at this point now. It's going to be a little bit indecisive and I think pretty hard for us to establish an intraday trend. Kind of hurts to see this on the SPY, right? Giving us big follow through here now without, after shaking us out. So that's a little bit annoying. That's the way it goes, though. Not putting, like I said, too much stock into this price action here now, guys, until post Fed minutes. Doesn't seem like there's too much value in chasing anything here in the short term. I would never leave something without a stop loss. I think that's just a bad habit to get into. Okay, SPY might be setting up for some continuation here, right? Pretty impressive volume. See if this candle can fill out. I mean, our idea was correct here. We just couldn't survive this chop before it broke. It's a little bit annoying. This candle doesn't close the right way. I'm going to take off for lunch. So kind of an ultimatum here for the markets. Let's see how it chooses to behave. Yeah, I wouldn't say that was the greatest close here, guys. So I'm not going to chase after this. It's not going to be worth my time. So I'm going to take off for lunch, guys. Should be back around that 1:30 time frame like always. And then we'll get ourselves ready for Fed minutes, right? Or FOMC minutes. So it should be pretty interesting. We should see some algo action. And then we'll treat the post-close after that session, right? Kind of like market open. And wait for things to sort of settle before we chase after it again. But okay session. A little bit choppy here today. Maybe made a few mistakes or two. But okay, right? Down 0.19%. Could be a little bit better. Could be a little bit worse. And we'll see if we can kind of get to, yeah, find a nice little high quality setup here in the afternoon. So nothing to force. Nothing to overtrade here, guys. And we'll be back at it around that 1:30 time frame like always.
Conlon. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So back from lunch here, everybody. I'm just now going to wait for Fed minutes to drop, right, in approximately 30 minutes or so. Not really too much of a rush to do anything until those happen. Once they do drop, right, we're going to expect a nice bout of volatility, hopefully some volume to step in, and we're going to treat that essentially like market open. So now just waiting for Fed minutes to come together, and then hopefully we can have a strong setup or two here in the afternoon.
tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Yeah, great question. So we had a rule. We would pause all trading in the 5 minutes in the run up and in the 5 minutes after. So we had like a 10-minute window where we weren't allowed to place any trades. Great question. Yeah, it's honestly guys, like it's just not worth the hassle, right? Like so much stress, it's such a gamble, those spreads get crazy, just not worth it. And Trevor, we were a fund that had a bunch of algos at our disposal, so you know they even were paused during those time frames. I mean, we're always gambling on something for sure, but intraday you'd usually be like one, maybe two traders working a region. So, you know, during an event, you'd be pretty busy. You'd have a lot of other stuff you'd have to kind of be keeping track of. Not exactly a quiet time, even though you're not trading. Looks like the porn bots are out in full force here today, guys. So apologies. Hopefully they don't continue being a pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't know what the actual split date is, but I think Google and Amazon both supposed to split in the summer here at some point. Maybe like end of July, I think. Yeah, July 15th for Google, and then Amazon, I'm checking right now. June 6th for Amazon. So yeah, I mean, Amazon will be great. I mean, Amazon pretty consistently has good volume. I imagine it's only going to get more like, well, sometimes, Jesus. I wouldn't say always, but I wouldn't say usually, but well, it's kind of a combination of the two, Colin. So they're really expensive, and their volume isn't very consistent. But if they get to like NVIDIA pricing, right, where they're like $200, $250, $300, should be a lot more volume in those options. We'll see a lot more retail traders in them all of a sudden, and that should tighten things up here quite a bit. So they'll probably be added to the list. Yeah, hopefully it just makes it a little bit more liquid. We'll see. I mean, no guarantees, no promises. But if we can get to 10 names that we're kind of stalking, that would be a pretty nice number. Yeah, we're not going to put too much stock into anything here, Jesus, with 10 minutes to go until FOMC. So, or at least still Fed minutes, so it's just not worth it for now. This pattern can get invalidated too easily. Yeah, we took 2 trades here, Superman. 1 QQQ calls, 1 SPY puts, 1 for 2. Small red day here still. Okay, so pick yourselves an option contract here with 4 minutes to go till Fed minutes. And then let's just kind of watch and see which one gives us ultimate chaos. So I'll be looking at maybe today's expirations, not to trade, just to watch, see how these algos kind of come in. I'll be looking at, let's call it the 395 calls. And just going to see how this volatility bounces around here. All right, so we're going to mark the price here just to watch, right? Just to watch, see what this craziness looks like. Currently, SPY calls 170 on the ask. So I'll just wait this thing out. All right, 170 ask, 165 bid. Let's see how this moves. Look at that spread now, 16 cents. Woo. 164 ask, 140 bid. That's crazy. $230 ask, $220 bid. This is mental. Okay, so slight bullish tilt here so far, but not by a ton. Now current ask 184, right, from 170, but very, very bouncy. Finish saying that right now, $2 on the ask. So definitely seeing good volatility here, right? Very impressive volume pace. So if we can get these things to behave, right, little breakout spot potentially, you know, we could look for some pullbacks, right? And then get that sort of trend continuation. Now 245 on the ask. Let's moving quick. I'm just looking at the 395 calls, not trading anything, just kind of watching, seeing how they price during this sort of Fed minutes drop. So at just before Fed minutes, they were 170. We've seen them go as high as 250. Now they're 155. So just watching the chaos, really. We treat any FOMC event or Fed event like market open, right? So essentially pretend this is market open. We're waiting to see how price settles, where that volume steps in. If we can get a high conviction candle, and then we're hoping for a pullback. So while we're just watching, just trying to stay entertained, essentially with watching these options. So none of those candles gave us the most convincing of looks there. Maybe on the 15-minute time frame, we can get a little bit more clarity. They've already come out. They dropped at 2 p.m. This is mostly just algo price action, Alex. Now those 395 calls, 70 cents. Chaos. So pretty wicky here, right? Not really quite ready for me. Yeah, that thing just won't die, huh? It's crazy. See if we can get a high conviction close here in either direction. But we always talk about, right, high volume indecision is the worst decision. Kind of having that worst decision here at the moment. So we need some of these candles to figure out what they want to do. So looks like it's going to be indecision all around here. So I'll wait for these 30 min candles to close and see if they can give us now a better look. But not too much for us to do here while we wait for this shit to sort itself out a little bit. Okay, so interested here in this Microsoft, right? Good candle, good volume profile on this breakout, right? Increasing outlier vol. So now if we can get an appropriate pullback here, this will definitely be interesting. Yeah, I reported it as well. If you guys see it, just delete the comment. When I reported it, should remove it, but they're having a little field day here today. Too much volume right on this Microsoft right now. Yep, after hours. All right, so nice 30-minute candles here, right? Top of Bollinger Bands. Maybe you can get a little bit of a breakout going on. You need to see those correct pullbacks, though, right? Microsoft's still in play. as we're towards that 265. We're hanging out that 263 right now. Still, again, right, want to see that correct pullback. Good volume here on the 5-min, where I went bullish engulfing after such an indecisive volume bar. So that's pretty good. That's a nice sight to see. If this thing can continue to give us that correct volume profile, right, could be in play. SPY, good volume pop, right, as well. QQQ, good volume pop. Tesla, maybe not so much. So definitely interested still in some of these names if they can shape up, although not quite there yet. So not quite the pullback we're hoping for there on old Microsoft. So I'll need to wait her out still. Good volume on AMD could still be in play. We got a lot of room up here. Facebook, too much volume. Right, SPY, QQQ didn't give us those pullbacks either. So no setup here yet. Yeah, too much volume. SPY, I thought it was going to give us a little rejection here. A nice little bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume. Quite get there, so close. Facebook can give us a pullback. You know, we might have space, midline, bottom line, low of day. Possibly could be the range. But yeah, SPY was looking real tasty for a second. Facebook definitely is kind of tempting here. Top of Bollinger Band, right? Weak candle, failed attempt to break out, couldn't do so. Entry target would be here, right? 183.80 area. Realistically, stop loss, high of day is probably not going to be enough. So you just want to do fixed percentage here. So definitely interested here, guys, in this Facebook. But need to see a pullback entry, right? So I need to see a touch of that 183.80 area. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Yeah, my only concern with SPY, Rusty, is setup candle here, maybe not as strong. You're not quite getting that engulfing on volume here, so you're not getting that full indication that bears are in control or they've reclaimed control. Here, at least, we've got rejection candle, engulfing on volume, then a nice little pullback, right? Or a nice little bearish engulfing candle, and then a pullback on thin volume, whereas on the SPY, you're not quite getting that same volume profile combo. So I'd be a little bit more skeptical about the SPY giving you that easy trade. Again, right? Doesn't mean it won't work. Doesn't mean it can't work. But if we're calling this Facebook A+, this would be like a B setup. Yeah, I'm going 10% stop loss here because high of day is not going to be sufficient. Right? At least it's not realistic. So we're going to try it again, right? Take a breather entry. So if we break through that 183.80, right? Catch my breath. Try to get as high up as I can. And then look to fade it back down. Still interested here. But not compromising on my entry target, right? That's still the same. So 10 cents till the entry region, right? I'm gonna catch my breath in there and then look to enter. So still just gonna wait it out just a second. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 201. Average price 201. Maybe a little bit of a chasey entry, but I'm okay with it. So let's see if this thing can now give us some quick, easy follow through. Pop of BB band, right? Lot to like. No conviction there from buyers. Right? So no follow through from buyers there. But hey, if you don't like the trade, don't take it, right? Sorry, just trying to deal with these porn bots. Yeah, I'm not super happy with my entry, to be honest. I think it could have gotten a little bit better. But holding up okay. Sorry guys, it wasn't muted. I've been stopped out here as well. Video is going to be a little bit scary, right? Going into earnings. Yeah, guys, I'm never going to apologize or never going to like, nothing works all the time, right? If we have a 70% win rate, or that's give or take what the win rate is, right? That's going to happen. We're going to have losing trades. We just can't have mistakes in risk management or position sizing, right? We don't look at our trading results on a day-to-day basis. We look on it at a month-to-month, right? Year-to-year, week-to-week, longer-term timeframes, we can smooth out some of that variance. But in the short term, we're going to have losing plays. We're going to have losing decisions. We're going to make human errors. We just can't allow our position sizing, right, to be what costs us money or what forces us to quit trading. So yeah, shitty result, not the one I wanted. But certainly can't hey, we're not going to win every single trade. We're not going to be correct on every single trade. We got to try to solve for 70%, not for 100%, right? And so as long as we are managing our positions, right, we're going to survive any drawdown. We're going to survive any red day. So that's part of the game, guys. That's what happens. Disappointing, yeah, absolutely. But ultimately, can't put, like, we can't allow this now trade to put us on tilt and force us to try to retrade all our P&L or try to get everything back, or to go the opposite way all of a sudden, right? Can't do that. We're going to deal with variance. We're going to deal with ups and downs. Why our stress here is so much on position management and risk management, right? Why we calculate our position size before every trade. Why we think about where our stop loss is before every single trade. Because we are going to be wrong. But if we target 3-to-1 risk reward or 2-to-1 risk reward or better, and we keep our losers consistent, as long as we're flipping a coin and being correct, right, we're going to do just fine as traders. Don't worry about NVIDIA, because that's gonna be a tough one. Very expensive contracts, very expensive premiums going into earnings. Focus on AMD instead. It's giving you a similar look, similar high volume pop. Whereas NVIDIA, you're gonna struggle with that a little bit. I kind of like the SPY here, maybe. Maybe not the most logical area for a stop loss or the best area for a stop loss. For fuck's sake, with these fucking porn bots. Yeah, it's so annoying. Honestly, it's driving me nuts. Only on the free stream days, too. It's annoying. Nice work, Jason, by the way. Nice work. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's creeping up towards there. See if it has the legs. Good volume, right, on this 15-min bar. So that's pretty impressive. In almost like a pseudo squeeze mode here now, post minutes. So it'd be great if we get a pullback entry into one of these breakouts. But so it's going to be really cautious and patient. Not the sharpest of sessions here today. Yeah, we'll cross tomorrow when we get there. And go back and look, right? Sounds good, Alex. We'll talk to you then, man. Enjoy. Hey, that's fantastic to hear, Jason, right? Green is green. So always keeps compounding, keep stacking them up, right? Keep building those good habits. Well done, dude. Well done. Well, I'm glad to hear you kept your position sizing well, or you kept yourself within play, Damon. That's really impressive. Good job, man. Look, guys, right? We're not going to be green every single day. We're not going to be green every single trade. So we need to just make sure that we control the variables that we can't control, right? That's why our focus is always on risk management. Everything else is kind of overrated. As long as we're really motivated by that, really focused on that, really disciplined in working or focusing on those little details, we're going to be just fine. But if we go all in, if we're random within our position sizing, if we're not being selfish in how we're sizing our plays, right? You guys got to be thinking for yourselves. It's going to feel like it's bullshit, right? It's going to feel like it's impossible. It's going to feel like how is Michael doing this, right? So please, guys, right, think always extremely selfishly for yourselves. Always be extremely selfish with your position sizing. Always be extremely selfish in how you take profit, and just learn the basics here, right? And then apply your personality to it. There's a million different ways to lose. Sorry, a million different ways to win. Only one way to lose. And so we've got to make sure that we're losing the right way if we lose, right? Stoked to hear that, Jesus. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. That's a great result today. Really, really well done. No, Tesla I don't like. Feels like we're running out of momentum here at the top of this BB band. Again, like my eye is kind of catching reversals here. Maybe a little bit bitter with that Tesla. Or sorry, with that Facebook. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. think Microsoft probably looks better. Because it's not increasing volume on the 15. We don't have that building momentum. Apple has that increasing volume. Indexes have the most space, though. Like, that's 5-to-1 risk reward. That's pretty awesome. For midline, that's pretty awesome. Okay, so I am interested in this Apple. If it can pull back to this sort of 141.60 area. Bollinger Band. So this green or orange line here. I'm just like so dumb I can't spell Bollinger Band. So in theory, right, we're risking 20 cents or so to make $1.20. So pretty nice little risk reward profile here. One sec, guys. No, not the same setup in the SPY, Colin, right? Because look at the candles. We didn't quite get that pullback candle in the SPY that we were looking for. We at least got it on Apple here. Oh, not the same setup. So it's trying to look like there probably won't be an entry here. Can't quite get a touch of the entry target. That's okay. It's the way it goes, guys. Way it goes. running a little bit out of time here. Not sure how motivated I am to now try to find something with 10 minutes to go, right? A little bit scary. Or 20 minutes to go. That Apple one, yeah, good idea. Just 4 cents away from entry target. So nothing we can do about that, right? That's going to happen sometimes. Frustrating, especially when you're, seeing it go green and you're red. Frustrating, but it's all part of the game, guys. Can't then FOMO into that trade or rush into that setup because our position sizing no longer makes sense, right? Our risk reward requirements no longer make sense, and we no longer keep trading a numbers game, right? If we're abandoning our position sizing rules, we're abandoning our execution requirements, we're abandoning all those sort of things, then we're cheating ourselves of future gains, right? So we can't do that. As much as it hurts in the moment, right? As much as it sucks, it's the way it goes, right? It's the way it goes. All right, guys, so I will not be placing any further trades here today. We'll watch a little bit, see how this close goes, but yeah, won't be chasing after anything else here. Unlucky with that Apple setup, but it's okay. It's the way it goes sometimes. I am down on the day about almost 8K, 7,800, almost 1% on the account. Not exactly a banner day here. But that's the way it goes, right? 1 for 3 on the session. Yeah, a little bit annoyed, but it's the way it goes, guys. We're not going to be green every single day. Can't be, or that's going to be okay, right? That's part of the process. What can't happen is we can't allow these bad habits or anything along those lines, right, to escalate. For green days, or sorry, for red days to escalate, to spiral out of control. We have an edge, right? We know how it works. We know how we trade. We know all these little things. So we got to trust the process here now. Yeah, tough session, kind of a frustrating day, sure, but that happens. We're not going to be green 100% of the time, and so we can't expect ourselves to, right? What that means is 24-hour rule, right? Come back fresh tomorrow. No baggage, no nothing, right? But spend a little bit of time reviewing your trades, why you took them, how you sized them, all those sort of things. I know I'll be doing the same here this afternoon as well. But guys, right, one day doesn't make us, one day doesn't break us, and so we're going to be just totally fine. As long as we control the variables that we can control, we're going to be profitable traders. We're going to have red days, we're going to have variance, we're going to have human error. You just can't allow those mistakes, right, to be mistakes that compound and be mistakes that break us. So did well, relatively well managing our position sizing here today. Kept the losses relatively consistent. You know, maybe left a few bucks there on the table, but all in all, right, okay with my risk management, right, relatively okay with that. We'll look into the process a little bit, right, why some of these trades maybe failed, and all those sort of things, and we'll get back to you guys there. But for now, right, on to the next one, on to tomorrow, and back to sort of greener pastures there. So, okay, guys, that's pretty much going to be it. Same deal like always. If you have any questions outside of market hours, hit me up, Twitter, Discord, email, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the afternoon, and we'll be back crushing it again tomorrow. Peace, guys.